coming in! Paimon, coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. If only he was gone for good.
Hello! You must be the traveler in Paimon. Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry.
A wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. Come on, let's go!
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger? What's his endgame here?
Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So...
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rarir to strike, but it's like he just vanished into thin air. That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol.
And we're sure that Rarir did this. Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain.
Traveler, do you remember there wasn't a shred of sanity left? Nothing.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why—
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point unless something went wrong. His whole—
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks?
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under— Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly—
Exactly. And I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't— So, if we do nothing, he'll just... Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. Oh, Paimon's head hurts.
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly.
Wait, why he see...
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential...
Splitting up's always gonna be risky, but...
And if we do run into
That's when you follow the third rule of treasure hunting. Run like the...
didn't you say the third rule was...
I don't know. Did I?
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rarir, do not...
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Anefa, let's go!
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where... It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either.
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that or...
He's been biding his time for a while now.
No idea. Since regaining his body...
All we can do now is hope that I know and Anefa turn up some leads. Wait, he's actually here? I didn't...
No, it's come... Silver Moon Hall! The Lady Kutar might be in danger!
Let's get over there, quick!
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon I will find a way.
Watch out!
it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by convention.
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted.
We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started.
Kutar, can you shed any light on...
Kutar. Cross-checking database.
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon. I've never met that person before, but there was no why he holds me in such contempt.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. But right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority.
A counter-strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So, no, I can't say that. Come on, you...
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised. But what other choice do we have? We are...
Well, I mean...
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your...
Wait, what?
Doesn't that make sense? A coyote doesn't stop for... What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with it.
Yeah. We can't just call... Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are friends, and friends look...
Riri's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. They would make self-centered wishes, force you. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions, any relationship based on need, is purely transactional. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it...
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be very well then.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant.
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, rejected by the world. My power is dwindling. Like a lake.
What do you mean, rejected?
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself, the 3 moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other 2. Yet Moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect but this method of recovery is painfully slow.
It's the Wild Hunt!
Even faster than we expected.
See how those Wild Hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir.
Then what are we waiting for?
When she's a song, cleanup sequence initiates.
You on this!
Annihilation!
Oh, they just keep coming! This is like nuts!
Rerir's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Kutar's help to escape! If this goes on much longer...
With one hand,
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
The long sleep beckons. Be silent. Close your eyes.
For the everlasting past. Ultimatum protocol.
Observe. Close your eyes.
Christ, protect us with one heart.
Insulation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust-up.
Beware the creatures of the night. Be silent. Night falls.
Ultimatum protocol.
By the frost moon fall.
The long sleep beckons.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvarnir?
Whoa! You're Barca? Grandmaster?
We could save the intros for later. Right now,
Oh, is
that's the one. Come on, move!
Wow! Where are we? This is so...
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network, aka the Black Market of Intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation, as an expeditionary force on foreign soil. Working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me. Allow me to introduce myself.
We've heard all about you. You look way younger than Paimon expected. But
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsvarnir without a wink of sleep.
Another? You mean you fought?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from him. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as... So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past...
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly...
Note to self. Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity that's a lot to take in.
I'm truly sorry. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. But now that a new variable has come into play...
A new variable?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual. That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points...
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcry and Ratnik's Field Journal, and...
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally... Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to... Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my... But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who... I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was... But is it even possible that he... The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari... Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So...
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And the Iridescent. They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses... I now bear the Frost Moon's power. And the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon. The last piece.
That's right. If we can find the Iridescent Moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they...
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to...
I know a way, but... We will need to visit the Fatui's experimental design...
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying...
Yes. I must speak...
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go...
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his Wild Hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Rake. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to...
It's true. We still know. If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his...
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue. And
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly
she heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal.
Details. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say we can't do this without the Curatorium. But I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about... Didn't his meeting spot?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides,
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman.
please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved?
What if we told you
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd better make...
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. If you insist on compensation, I will...
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're...
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the... Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once, Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir was after. Do you...
Of course.
Let me borrow it.
Wait, you actually have some...
Shh. This is time.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. And that brings me to the third and final item. I'm in for this part.
No, count me in too.
Come off it, you two. I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Krumkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, once they're ready, we'll
I like it. Genius.
No biggie.
All right then. We'll split into 3. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
Lady Damselette. Wait. And you two? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just...
Huh! You really think...
We're not looking for any trouble.
Do I need to remind you that you're still out of consideration for...
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat?
No.
Sandrone seems to be in a good mood.
What do I owe the... Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear...
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What? Huh? You mean... then...
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... what is it you need...
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon. Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding.
I was this close to settling things.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, or
I bet you served them the worst tea you have.
who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? Like first Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess, who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd...
Well, duh. Why else? Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia. Well, I guess we are overdue. Have Fevronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have...
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I... The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could... I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths... guess that's that might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else... Huh? Listen...
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this. Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire experimental design... Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. Don't tell me what to do! Stare all you want,
I know, but thank you, and...
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama... Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey! Over here, you bitch!
Cursed moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot...
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past? It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the Frost Moon Scions.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned.
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going... I've never faced Rarir myself. But from what you've told me, his power... I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however...
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, there's no... Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving. That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg. Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hey.
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is.
Dory Sangama Bay?
If you want to make it big in Nodcry, it was back when I first arrived in Nod, and when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to, plus any other friends you send my way, will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangama Bay is nothing, if not. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble. I've got...
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack, at the very least. I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking to...
You're...
a powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Nodcry, and if you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a...
Of course not! I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No.
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance...
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now.
See you later! You're my...
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange... So remember, don't be frightened. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. Looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from surprise, unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Anyway.
Hi, Rivier. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back to P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close.
To Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
The Lindis. That's the same name Rare.
Grain imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's... I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't get much? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many...
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least. Did Rary rip it out himself?
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than the burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, It was you who helped me see that my heart...
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. The burial place of a
Reverie, over here.
Dane! Oh, and,
Hello there, Reverie. You need not address me so formally. He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. So, what are we discussing?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job?
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one a member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even?
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Ved?
It's nothing. Vedifulnir, Daneslif's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary, and said to possess a wisdom far beyond. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother? Why did he react so strongly?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rerir looked like. Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more...
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifulnir showed up today, too.
Mr. Vedifulnir. Yes, I've heard of him.
He overheard Daneslif mention that I'd recently proposed and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? You could be such a... We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about... I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger... You worry too much, Rerir. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well.
So, you do...
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want...
All right. Take your time. Nobodies. Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the opposition tried to speak. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he... Felindis? There's no reason we can't keep living happily together. Cheer.
See? You just need to stay positive. I can feel your warmth. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't...
You're right.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball...
You go ahead. I just have a few things...
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny.
Relax. Oh, seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at...
All right. White House.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Finster King's Guard. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life. Then again, who'd have thought we were in the same line of... Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rayhir of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, Conria, has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. And that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are...
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did.
Orphans, but I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves and Take care, Rayhir of Solnari.
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after yourself. Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. The Moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some... I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens.
Rerir seems to be very concerned. Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the visionary, and I've investigated this whole area. Should I try somewhere else?
So, he's late after all. Are you waiting for someone, ma'am?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. But I'm afraid...
For someone so young?
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see... May we have a word in private?
Who are you?
And it doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk. Not long ago, the Rayhir of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at it. His name is Rayhir, and he claims to be one of the King's Guards.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner.
Why are you...
Simple.
How strange. Rerir was nowhere to be seen in that memory. Rerir couldn't possibly know what happened if he... Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull up?
Any more questions, and I'll have to
I had no idea you could do that. I gotta admit, though, I'm itching to see what happens next.
I'm just as curious as you are. Luckily, we managed to learn.
So far, so good. Especially the group with the Traveler.
If you're worried about them, they'll see how they're doing.
If I know Boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just... Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the... Oh, that's never gonna work. If they spot us, they'll run straight... Oh, guess you're right. Quick, hide! We almost got spotted! Phew! That was a close call. Watch out! He's coming this way! Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle. Oh, there's no end to these things.
Fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word had freedom comes at a heavy price.
It's Arlecchino!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the house.
It's been a while.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need it?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Wait a minute.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father's...
How considerate of... Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, you've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people.
I returned ahead of them.
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end.
I see. But first, who do we have here?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen?
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty
You are well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhna.
Oh, the feeling's mute.
A Fatui harp?
The atmosphere in here just got really tense.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Vark. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. So, of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry.
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes that's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the deep, but she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the...
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle...
All right, listen up, everyone. First...
The dregs of the Crimson Moon.
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch...
To my knowledge, those were the names of long, long ago. It is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, but one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became...
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Rehir of Solnari. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, what's the matter?
Freundade!
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitat.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains some of Thelindis' memory.
Well, no shortage of potential. Thelindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of.
Why do you need to know that? was a pure blood Conrian. Oh yeah. Just like how...
If we could somehow find her...
It's possible. But it would take that merchant who never knows. Dory-san.
All right then. Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the wild hunt monsters had grown even more at this rate. The people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers.
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up with the
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the wild hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, I'll hold the fort for now. Then discuss our next move with Flint's, Aino, and Anefa when they get back.
All right then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be...
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. Stay safe, everyone.
We're back. Did we get here?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally. And boss, everything going smoothly?
Not great. I don't know how long I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired. Oh, right. Anefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of... But according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the wild hunt had already occurred in that was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flint's, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the wild hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should... Anefa and I will head back over to Amsfartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that,
Database updated. Reliability of...
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after...
It's the obvious choice, isn't it?
We already decided that Anefa should go investigate the situation. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides...
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate...
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, we still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon...
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers of the two war...
Huh? Are you serious?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins, and what's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deep... Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse. But once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, for instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its life. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the... You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return,
It hungers for my soul.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart,
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never... Anyway, the rest of my story can wait.
Paimon has a question! So, the crimson moon that the Karians used to worship was actually the iridescent moon, right? Which was one of the 3 moons. Does that mean that the Karians were to the crimson moon as the frost moon scions are to the frost moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like, but I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent... Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the... Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the crimson moon's glow never truly faded.
the first time we met, I sensed something familiar when I looked at you. I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions... I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you...
That's right. For now, it's the only way I can pay you. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started?
When I first became a Harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Paranhari, also known as Leobranto Inamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era, but setting aside the tangled... In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real?
The Crimson Moon Sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died, and the adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace you have traversed the flames between..." The book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's...
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily.
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere?
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In short, I can open a passage to that. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. Thank you.
Mistress of the 7 hues of ages past, Great Mother of the present, Crimson-clad Sovereign of the 2 realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice.
Got it.
I sense a sinister gloom
pretty hold, Paimon. How is that possible?
Illusion shattered!
Quietly, nurse. Forest, protect us.
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Gotcha! There is no escape!
Solidify! This is order!
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion!
Things are about to get dicey.
For real? That's way too high! There's no way we'll be able to reach it!
No. I'm not sensing anything up there. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see. Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow. Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of... Looks like a device from the time of colonists. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. If we can activate it, we might find some clues. Hey, look at that! Now that the mechanism's running, the shadow in the... Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret?
Olympus, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Olympus? Is that Riru's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here? Oh, yeah. So, do you think she was studying this strange space all along?
The abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here. Like
whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a waning moon. Oh, lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest. Mourning still and for me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space.
Quietly now.
Solidify!
power of the three moons is the... If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can find...
Solidified!
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber. Oh, Rarier, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken. If only I could get my hand.
Hey, look! The moon's reflection is back to normal! Olympus's voice mentioned a chamber with the moon mare.
It must be. For within it...
Then there's no time to lose! Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow. That must be the iridescent moon's marrow. Oh, but we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it.
Stabilized!
There is no escape! Gotcha!
Order guide you!
Now you shall perish!
You poor lost land for the everlasting forest.
Game's up!
It's over.
To lose it.
Solidified!
Illusion shattered!
the iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away if we can purify the abyssal power.
At long last, I can see you once more. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what the moment the moon shattered, my body tell me. What was it that brought you to us all that time ago? You look so puzzled, but trust me when I say... What was that all about? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend.
Perhaps. She took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too...
But anyway, we've got the... Alright. That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel.
Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart! Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise.
Hey,
what are you waiting for? Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is...
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina, are you...
I'm fine.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned, at least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. One more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. can take...
How about now?
At the very least, I won't have to... I want to see him gone from Not Cry. The ray here of Solnari and his...
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp, but now, you're full of vitality. Just like the frost moon, once the brightest of them all. May you keep...
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're... But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see...
I appreciate the concern, Columbina.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who we often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. All I'll say is this. Once you... All right. That's it from me.
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway.
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength. And that's all that matters.
All is well, thank you.
I ran into Miss Inefa and Miss Aino on the way back.
You seem rather cheerful.
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do, and fighting alone can get quite tedious.
We meet again.
Albedo! What are you doing here?
That would be a natural assumption to make.
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting them, and given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths...
So? Who's your travel buddy?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
A gentleman of few words,
It's nice to meet you. Again.
Wait a sec! You're...
That's right. It's me.
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop...
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I...
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name...
Wow! You look so different! In a good way.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment. I'll be sure to simply call you...
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now! Paimon could get used to this.
Personally, I think our little Paimon, when people call her Little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help themselves.
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Anyway, Speaking of long journeys, didn't Kutar... Sorry.
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised if she stopped for a cup of tea.
Uh-oh. People are talking about me.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing...
It's getting crowded here.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities.
I understand.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good...
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am.
I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a cop.
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Dainsliff, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler.
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking to someone.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world...
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important. Paimon's guessing you've heard about...
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is...
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy, though I can't promise the same for everyone.
After all this time apart, Grandmaster Varka's first order is to rustle up a couple...
Is he being sarcastic?
Hey, he's your brother. Why you ask?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to decipher Albedo's way of speaking has been like jumping in.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now.
I wonder what's taking Nefer...
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along, it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious?
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets under such circumstances.
Oh, but it's fine.
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all.
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other...
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true...
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before... And feel free to chat amongst yourselves.
You're both awfully quiet. Have either of you ever had your portrait painted?
That sounds like a lovely idea.
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people, dragons.
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance, I'd like...
I'll bear that in mind.
Oh, I'd be whatever style feels best.
Very well.
You can replicate any style
I can try. If you show me a sample.
Thank you. In that case...
Is there something...
Yeah! For starters, why'd you just show up here without even giving...
If you think back to our previous interactions...
You do have a point there. Oh yeah! You'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right? Want to tag along?
Sure. Let's do...
Great! Paimon will hit... And in return, we can get Dainsliff to...
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner.
Oh, okay then. Anyway, since we're all here together...
Indeed.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so many people.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggled.
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Ratniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy.
Itlua's a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly delivers supplies to my lighthouse. A true Ratnik to the core.
So you're what? A fake? Come on.
Sorry.
Let's just keep this between ourselves.
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with
anyone else in the know.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own.
Then, in the name of the Animo Archon Barbados himself.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically...
Of course. Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados, all right?
Fair enough, then. Nothing.
Ah, Miss Nefer. You made it after all. But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going.
So...
Not so loud.
I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a...
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few... first up, we have Miss Lauma. As Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. Over here, we have Mr. Flints, a Ratnik and guardian of the abandoned. For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side, next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel
Whoa! That's a lot of people!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way.
You think I haven't got enough on...
That would be me, Miss Nefer.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case,
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware, the Raker of Solnari's real name is Rerir.
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential figure.
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to clarify why I have asked Miss Nefer to investigate
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends? What am I missing here?
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the 5 sinners. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The 5 sinners were each driven by their own desires, and it was by playing upon these that the Abyss tempted them to their fall. The visionary, Vedafenir, who wished to foretell the future. The wise, Haroptatir, who sought limitless knowledge. Gold, Rhindaughter, who desired to create life. The foul, Sertologi, who pursued supreme strength. And last, but not least, Raker of Solnari, Rerir. Of the 5, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea?
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But what did that look like in practice? And what other context can you give me about
Strangely, now that it comes to it, the fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the visionary, Vedafenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King, only for the king to gouge out his eyes. When I came to hear of this, my fury knew no bounds. Centuries on, the memories of that night still haunt me like a never-ending nightmare. We broke through the palace gates, just like we had planned, each striking towards our separate target. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedafenir, the very person I had come to rescue,
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, What price are you willing to pay? You, of all people, must know that.
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Believe it or not, there was a time when he was just an ordinary man. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission, I will tell you...
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover...
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the...
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides...
Relax. It was meant to be a
I'll give your proposal some serious thought, Mr. Dainsleif.
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Now that we've united the hearts of the three moons, your power should be greatly enhanced.
I believe it will take a look. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though I'm doing a lot better now, the truth is, my recovery will likely be an ongoing. From the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the moons united as one, it seems so far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem that will plague me until the day I find. Even so, I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Reihir of Solnari. As Arlecchino put it, this is not about chasing the spoils of victory.
Kutar.
Defeating the Reihir of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly recovers...
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope to defeat him.
We've considered several viable plans now. But is it even possible to kill Rerir? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of these.
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say it's not my wish to burn.
So you're placing all your hope.
We can't thank you enough.
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flinches insincere flattery the next.
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free to keep bickering. Just pretend I'm not here.
I almost don't want to leave this room.
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer.
Oh? And what makes you so sure?
This isn't about the money. I can sense...
Look at them getting along.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you, I don't actually enjoy...
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you. But the fact is, I also trust you. And that's because I know that you're someone we can count on.
Anyway, Mr. Dainsleif, let's talk. And Traveler, once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned,
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting Lauma to convince Miss Nefer than trying to do...
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest...
Why? You think I've got a...
Quite the opposite. But what makes it...
Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
Thank you for waiting.
It's okay. We actually used the time to help Dainsliff get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rerir's past, and you seem fairly familiar. We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation. He feels confident that—
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you.
That's because we know what you're capable of.
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that once a decision's been made— Alright, so the reason I've gathered you all here is to think of this as a diving expedition into someone— Once the ceremony begins, Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution—
Well, good luck, everyone!
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside, in the event that something goes wrong, you will—
I second that. This is a—
So, Paimon's like— Oh.
Good. Please, take—
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rerir kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of his eventual downfall, but he's asked me to uncover what—
But surely you're not planning to go through with this.
If you think that, you'd be overestimated. But I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand glimpse into Conrian history? No.
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in the way of safety concerns, we're good. We'll do whatever we can to help you.
You're such a killjoy.
All right, I'm good to—
All set over here, too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
All right. Let your whole butt close your eyes. Phew. Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Bookshelves. According to Dainsliff, Rerir used to be an intelligence operative. Chances are there's plenty of top-secret intel stashed away in this room. Is this where you keep your secrets, Rerir? Can't say I'm not looking forward to this. tucked inside a folder. The title reads, It's... But at this stage, I have no idea who any of them even are. Wonder what kind of encryption technique this is. Seems like, aha. It's...
Please, hear me out. I can't shake this feeling that someone's been spying on our house. No, I'm not being paranoid. I saw someone dressed in all black. It was a couple of days back, but that was on another street, not the...
There's a note in the margin. Surveillance of the Runforther residence has concluded. We apprehended the target and filed the mission report last night. Could the voice in the recording belong to one of Rarir's targets? Bookshelves full of documents. Looks like these are all files, packed with the personal details of individual Conrad. Crimson Moon Dynasty preceded the eclipse. Since Rarir worked as a secret agent during the latter, it stands to reason that he was tasked with purging remnants of the old... Yep, lines up exactly. A box containing a ring. Must be for his girlfriend. He looks even gloomier than last time. I wonder what's changed.
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them just like usual. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Neutralized. This one should be archived. Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Neutralized. Another one for purged targets. Sounds like she was that up. Never mind. Male, 40. Occupation, teach. Neutralized. Just another nobody for the archive. To think of it, I remember surveilling this man. Female, 16. Occupation, neutralized. Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. Female, 13. Occupation, none. Orphan and neutralized. Filed. Male, 11. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has not been observed making any contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized and... Male. 6. Occupation, none. Orphan and
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly legitimate line of work. Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts. Mr. Vedifalnir? It's been quite some time since we...
Revir, I trust you're here because you have something important.
Forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, I noticed you didn't even phrase that as a question. As if you knew I was coming. Tell me, does someone in your position ever feel the need to ask questions at all?
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things. Things like your arrival.
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting both you and Dane to my wedding.
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such. It's a wish, isn't it?
No fooling a prophet, is there?
Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it was only a matter of time before you came looking for me.
Does it feel good? Knowing how the future will unfold.
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will come to pass, it can be all too easy to succumb to fear and melancholy. Unless, of course, you learn to abandon these feelings. You fear my silence, and long to hear the words I left unspoken that day.
That's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the subject, and the reason is simple. Because the truth could never have lived up to your hopes. For both our sakes, such words are better left unsaid. The burden of prophecy was never meant for your shoulders.
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your prophecies? None but our exalted king?
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to his majesty than I am. You must know better than anyone how much he's changed.
You say that as though it is to my benefit. Yet precisely because of that, I dare not speak rashly. A king can turn out to be the most virtuous of rulers,
or a tyrant more terrible than the most vicious of dragons.
You are so wise and far-sighted, yet still you would have me live in fear of the unknown?
You make a fair point. Especially given my silence alone was all it took to send you spiraling downwards. Very well then. Let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply as the brother of your friend. For many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If happiness is what you seek, you should find another fiancé.
Hold on. There's that same black fog again. Could this memory belong to Thelindis? Guess I'd better try.
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face, and his name is Rayrir. And he claimed—
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're—
Why are you
Simple. I want you to kill him. You are the only person—
No, absolutely not.
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last. Do not forget that the blood of the Crimson Moon flows in your—
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? The dynasty— You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away everything I—
Why wouldn't it be? You two were once a child of the Crimson Moon, just like me. Don't tell me you've never felt so much as a flicker of fury for the way we were trampled into the—
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try—
Persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to the Vinster King? A blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. If you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch.
The Rayrir of Solnar, that really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rayrir. But who am I to talk? Am I really any better? Love should be built on honesty. But ours was— Is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't cover up, Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. No matter who I have to—
Was that Rayrir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguise, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, and you'll risk having your throat torn out. Deli. Huh. They're talking about those people from the opposition. Right. Much for they used to run a deli.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be! So many have died already! We're not going to survive this, are we? But... Thelindis! Are you
Sorry, Freether. My mind was off wandering. I heard you, though. You're talking about what Rayrir said. He's just following the king's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt down rebels and dissidents.
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives.
No. Rayrir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives of the main lineage, and besides, my eyes are perfectly ordinary. Truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any—
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving loop?
I'll work something out. Trust— Don't forget that Rayrir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful. For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me—
If even you can't escape this, what—
I won't speak in his defense. Nor can I give— Here. Hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape...
You called that?
I've got a job, and there's...
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you?
Why would it? Aren't we all just walking blood bags? Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Then choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. And the prey won't sense a thing. I work clean. No traces. Happen. The ones I dealt with have always been guilty, and I've carried out my work flawlessly.
Pretending to sell flowers.
Yes, we did. What about him?
He was arrested 2 days ago.
I just don't get it! After everything he's done, or does it mean nothing to you that people keep dying?
No, that's not...
I need to go now, Thelindis. They're looking for... If you ever need a place to hide...
Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 47 hours for experimental purposes. The results are as follows. All subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving more problematic than anticipated. No progress whatsoever. What now? Won't you give me even a glimmer of hope? Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find a way or we'll all be in danger. But I... If all this research comes to nothing, what then? But could he really bring it? No. Surely he wouldn't have the heart.
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want to live?
Yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. Time to wait. No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Lindis? No. No. Why? But you bear no mark of the Crimson. How could you possibly have anything to do with them? A diluted bloodline. Carefully concealed. I see it now. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself with talk of just... Irminsul. Finster King! How far are you going to take this? From the direct bloodline to secondary offshoots? Today it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? Will you not rest until everyone down... No. This cannot go on. This...
You're really letting me go?
I am. As long as you can guarantee that no one...
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. But... if you let me go, you won't be able to
Good point. In that case, maybe you should stay.
No, please! I just want to see the outside world again.
Go on living?
Yes! I know you're a man of your word.
If I let you leave, what will become of me? But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught. We'll be seeing each other again.
Even shadows in the dark must live by a code. But you can't save everyone.
You've been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedifilnir. What are you trying to do? Break me down?
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not abandon.
Then you'll need a little more vigilance and a lot more power. The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear. But now I know he won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps trying to manipulate me like a puppet. What's his game here? Tell me then. What will this moment of And no answer.
So, the Eclipse Dynasty was purging, well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. And it seems like it was all connected to the king's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Conria hanging in the balance. No wonder every aspect of Rerir's life. And it looks like this Thelindis, Rerir's would-be fiancée, herself belonged to a sub-branch of the Crimson Moon Dynasty. It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long. And why does Vedifilnir, Daneslif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of someone's memories, You only ever see the parts they're willing to let time for something a bit. We've been inside where there's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir has...
Rerir, are you there?
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll explain everything once we've met up with the others.
Okay. I'll come.
All right then, but make...
I've never seen Dane so worked up before. Whatever this is...
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition...
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day.
You might ask your blade that same question. The word on the street is that Sir Elegy only strikes when he has an unfair...
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs...
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With bioalchemy, anything...
Robdetir, what brings you here?
Why, Danes live, of course. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhindaughter. Whatever the rumors may say, I am but a humble servant of the king, and I can assure you he affords me no greater good—
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. You're president of the Universitas. Vice President Veet doesn't—
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. Of course, no job is without it. And as for Efterveet, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged up.
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice.
You must be Rarir. Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file. You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you bet—
It's my brother, Vedothanir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he had him blinded in both eyes and thrown in prison.
Vedothanir in prison? Strange. I thought the king trusted— Does this mean the king's circle of trust just—
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants, which is that I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas.
And also because you're slimy. Vedothanir, perhaps less so. But still, a visionless visionary? It rather inclines me to think that qualifications are not what get you ahead in Conria.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be having right now? Dane, what are you planning to do? Rescue Vedothanir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming—
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, your
You've been planning this for a—
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedothanir, disfiguring your most loyal subject for putting the best interests of his court and nation first, this is not the cut. My blade will force the king to see the error.
So, Vedothanir's prophecy enraged the king. I'm sure it wasn't what he wanted. The extent of His Majesty's madness is now all too clear. The question is, how does a man— You have noble ambitions, Dane. But I'm afraid they don't do much for a guy like me.
A letter of pardon? For whom? The chances of the Vinster King issuing a pardon for anyone can— This black fog over the board must have some connection to the Lindis. But why is it taking this form? Does it have something to do with Rarir's past? Another mystery I'll need to unravel.
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, The research object was subjected to research dating back to... However, an enormous amount of power is then required to make matters worse. This is not a wise move. I apologize if this comes across as disrespect. If we really made it there one day, what would... you. I heard you're gonna—
The Lindis. Did you—
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday and... Well, but... You never saw him, and I don't know what he did. And this conversation—
What if he finds out that you pried into his secret?
Don't be silly. I don't know what secret—
Are you scared of him?
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match the person you are. Logically, I should be scared of him. And yet— But enough about that.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as long as you keep it
A red moon?
That's right. Our moon.
I promise
The Crimson Moon bloodline, no matter how long.
everyone, and stick to the plan.
Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this treason? You know what happens to those who betray—
It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne. He has—
If you have any love left for justice in your heart, you—
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops. My job is to enter the prison and rescue Vedov. Stay safe.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade. It is time—
Hello. Surprised? Oh, wait. I guess surprise isn't an emotion that prophets feel.
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's sheer ignorance.
I'm curious.
It wasn't a prophecy. It was a word of warning. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him
that he didn't listen. Worse still, he stabbed you in both eyes and locked you away. Dane asked for my help. The court is in complete chaos now, but I'm sure you predicted that.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw, yet I am powerless to change it. Fate is an immutable force. I can but lament as the inevitable unfolds. I do wonder whether giving a man the power to see the future does nothing more for him than slowly crush his spirit.
Forgive my curtness, Vedifulnir, but the king did not suddenly turn on you today. His suspicions have been brewing for a long time. You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man without attracting his fear and suspicion. There are things the king does not want to see. So, he doesn't want you having visions of them either. He blinded you because he thought this would make the visions stop.
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed lose my power to see the future. Right up until...
Until what?
Just now. I believe I saw something new.
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways. 5 of us banded together to storm the palace, also we could rescue you. This will go down as the most tumultuous day in Conrian history.
I sense hatred in you, but also hope. A desperate hope that with the tyrant deposed, that will be the end of the story. But this is not the end. It is the beginning of a new chapter in a whole new story. There are many men of honor and courage in this world, Rerir. But you are not one of them. You're not here for justice, are you? You're here for yourself. Is that a dagger? Interesting.
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to...
Of course not. You mean your future?
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, a nation, maybe the entire world. But forgive me, I care first and foremost about myself. I can't abandon the one I love to save myself. I just can't do it. But you see a broader picture of the future than I. You see the solutions to the biggest problems of our age. So tell me, what is my solution? What's the answer?
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be and what will not. Maybe you are willing to pay a certain price in the pursuit of happiness, but unfortunately, fate does not negotiate. That is the cruelest thing about fate. It is unmoved by your sacrifices.
That can't be true. I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my head, urging me to see how the world is changing, to seek more power, so I can protect the things I love. You show me disaster, but you won't show me how to avoid it? Why? Why are you doing all this?
My voice. In your head. So, you hear it too. The voice that steals your mind, gains your trust, and drives you crazy. It turns out that we are not so different, you and I.
Vedifulnir just broke into the strangest smile I've ever seen in my life, as if he'd discovered some monumental secret. But then he suddenly...
Very well then. For as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end. It is up to you whether you believe...
I will.
Thank you for setting me free.
Just then?
If I were you, I would head to the
Universitat.
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other.
Whatever Vedifulnir said, I didn't catch it. I didn't even help him out of the prison. Rhine daughter's doing, or the Universitas Magistrorum. Out of my way! The universe. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace and around the city. But if they were ever going to activate...
Help! Help! Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you! Save me! I can't!
That sounded like an explosion. What other means does the king have at his disposal? And given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the university...
This is order. Stabilize.
There is no escape! Quiet now. You victorious land, by the throne. Shine down! Now you shall perish! Here comes the catch. No more lies. The deception ends here. There is no escape!
Balance. I will have order.
Where into the song?
Can't hide the truth. Gotcha.
With one heart, we say.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Solidify. This is order.
Game's up.
Time's over.
Take it easy.
Leave this place.
No more lies. The mystery unravels.
Stabilize.
Shine down.
Monsters at the Universitas Oh no! It's no use. The table won't hold. Oh, of course. All the lab equipment. I'm done for. Is anyone there? I need help! Ah! Stay back! Rear. So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire. But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
Just... No, don't do it! Cylinders! Cylinders!
won't do it! I have to save her!
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power and the strength of will.
Do you know why? Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Rary, thank goodness we...
Step forth and take your share.
You made it.
Not you too.
Hatred or grief, despair or desire. We all have our own.
Rarier.
Lindis?
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Rarier? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice. Find you. And then, you can give me your answer.
So that's how the Raker of Solnari was... A monster viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get uncomfortable. In a nutshell, the story of Conria is what happens when the truth falls by the wayside. Everyone tells little white lies, and before long, you have a huge pack of lies that destroys everything. Time to get back. His past is filled with sorrow, but the tale of any fallen civilization is one of endless tragedy. Cruel as it may be, that was Conria's fate. Everyone, I'm back. Can I get a standing ovation?
Never! How are you holding up? She's fine. Boss is a...
Yes, I'm fine. You will have seen the events of Rarier's life through my thoughts. It's now...
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him. However, I would not consider Rarier to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era. Yet, when the catastrophe of a generation...
Sounds to me like you're speaking in riddle.
That's not what I meant.
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot now. As for you, Missy...
Cool. So...
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the others first. Yehoda?
Yes, boss.
That's more like it.
Forgive my curiosity.
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy to do for herself. Like opening the door, pouring the tea, yada yada.
Is that right?
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. Rest assured that the curatorium abides by the very strictest of labor policies. You don't seriously think I'm cruel enough to treat her like my slave? In any case, I've hardly shied away from my share of the work today. Hope I don't catch Flintz and Varka lounging about in their chairs, enjoying a leisurely cup of tea. There's nothing I dislike more than other people enjoying themselves while I'm hard at work. Oh no.
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves. I'm not that kind of boss.
I'm sorry, what did you hear me say? I wasn't...
Wait, how long have I been standing?
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong? You look...
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow I hallucinated that whole...
Hallucinated?
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone. All thoughts and actions that occur in here are just a result of...
So you control everything in here?
More or less. But yes, it's...
Has anything like this ever happened?
Only once. It was the first...
Is there any similarity between what happened then?
I suppose my thoughts are a little turbulent, which was also the case
is there anything...
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need your help with things that I'm too lazy to do myself.
Meaning, you're not feeling lazy right now?
Meaning, this is not something Yehuda can help with. The chess set is a...
Boss, it's fine!
Oh, listen to you. Whatever would...
What? Really?
Yes, really. Where would I ever...
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I was thinking of fetching some... I suggest everyone finds someplace comfortable. Even though all this chess... You don't want to dismiss mental fatigue. Just because it isn't physical,
Don't I have the best?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehuda for a...
Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. You have my word that I will get us... Good sign. There's someone up ahead. Time for a little chat.
I wasn't expecting visitors at this hour.
Oh.
There you are! Sinue's been looking for you.
Oh, yeah? What were you doing just now, Uncle Retinue? Hiding away some more...
What do you mean, loose change?
Hey, kid. Mind telling me what Sinue's been up?
Get in his good books? Why? What do you want with my...
I've written a new song. I was hoping...
A new song, huh? I'd love to stay and listen, but unfortunately...
Well, there's plenty of time and I'm not going anywhere. See that pile of stones? I'll be sitting there warming up my...
Pile of stones. Got it.
Dad. Uncle...
There's my little princess. If you'd gotten back just a little sooner, you could...
Spoils of war? Who were you fighting against, Dad?
It was just a figure of speech. The aftermath of a sandstorm. I was talking about our war against thirst. I went out to fix our water supply problem, and now I'm back. Which means...
We have a well again!
That's right. I found a new one and brought back as much water as I could carry.
If it wasn't for these blasted sandstorms, our wells wouldn't be caving in.
As the chief of our tribe, I'm supposed to be leading us out of hardship and poverty, onto better things. You know how prosperous our ancestors were. I've told you all the stories. And look at us now. Squeezed into... But things are looking up.
So you're the Academia's...
Special ambassador, they call it. It's nothing bad, okay? We've been isolated here in the desert for 2...
So, do you get anything good out of being a special ambassador?
Of course. My luck...
That's our well, and you know it! Did you really think you could take our water without permission and get away with it? You're either brave, stupid, or And that special You're a liar and a cheat!
I heard Yehuda gasp, but I don't blame her. Most corpses strewn across the ground. The wounds are clearly from scimitars and daggers. The desert dwellers' weapons of choice. There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. Surely you remember me. I was the one who helped you and your colleagues avoid the quicksand in the desert. This is my second time writing to you. I assume my last letter must have gotten lost in the mail, as I didn't receive a reply. I hope this one makes it to you safely. I'm writing to you because I need some help. That sandstorm the other day completely blocked up our well, forcing me to look for another water source in Iab and Unut territory. It was a matter of survival. Praise the gods. The well of the Iab tribe was intact. It was my last resort. I drew what water I could and left, but not without being spotted. I fear they will retaliate. You told me to write to you if I ever needed help. You said you'd be my ally in the Academia. I urgently need you to formally recognize my title of Special Ambassador and send some of your people to assist me for a few days. It's the only way I can convince them that this was the Academia's decision and prevent them from retaliating. This is an emergency. Please send help as soon as possible.
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death, and the letter was trampled into the ground. It's badly defaced. Some parts are barely legible. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village was butchered over a sip of water.
Officer, welcome. Welcome to our humble village.
I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide...
This is the finest wine our village has to offer.
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain skeptical of this...
Please, have faith. If not in us, then in our God. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take her away. She showed up here a few days ago, and we took her in. She's a...
So, Where are you from?
Nowhere special.
What about the rest of your family?
Just the one. Correct.
So, no brothers? No...
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brothers and my sister.
All right, get over here. Sign your... Never.
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional research, and then write an essay on the topic.
Yes, Professor, I'm aware. I just had a couple more questions I wanted to get your perspective on.
Oh? Please ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier than theirs. Do you really think I'm a weak student?
A weak student? Goodness, no. Quite the opposite. You have a sharp mind. Almost too sharp.
I think what you're saying is, a weak student wouldn't have noticed the discrepancy. And if they did, they certainly wouldn't complain about the lighter workload.
You see, sharp as they come. You see things the way they are. And I'm sure you know why they're like that.
Because of where I come from. Because I'm different.
I'm sorry, Nefer. I don't like it any more than you do. It's just... Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions. What's the other one?
I wanted to check... If someone sent me a letter to the academia, where do I go to collect it?
Ah, your family wrote to you. Well, as long as they put your name on the envelope, someone should hand it right to you.
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter. I was just curious where the mail would end up if no one collects it.
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed mail somewhere in there, probably sitting on a shelf. Whatever you're looking for, that'd be the place to start.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Professor.
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly, I feel like I failed you. I'm supposed to be your teacher, but I haven't taught you anything.
Hey, don't say that. You're a great teacher, and you do your best for all your students. But the rules are the rules. You're not allowed to teach students like me. It's not just the academia either. The whole world bends over backwards for the successful and leaves the losers to suffer and die.
Oh, my dear child. Don't tell me you've given up on life already.
I haven't. I just think that if you want to make it in this world, you have to find a way to become successful.
It all adds up. Can't hide the truth.
This must be it. A big cardboard box full of unclaimed mail. And probably some letters that ended up here by mistake, too. Let's take a look. A dilapidation survey from Port Ormos. Looks like it's from a Core of 30 representative. What a strange thought. A bunch of mercs losing sleep over rundown buildings. This one was never even opened. I guess the recipient didn't care who was it This one... Guided by the incense, we became... In clinical terms, these symptoms fit the description. For example, this seems like something the academia would want to know about. What? Wait, what's this written on the back? The note says, the sender... This next one is addressed to... A few words of protest. In recent years, however, it appears to, as well as receiving dumbed education is as Grand Sage, policy decisions are your prerogative. But do not forget your roots. You and I were once students too, as was everyone else in this. I do hope you will give some serious attention to this matter. I encourage you to discuss issues like this with myself and others, and listen to some alternative opinions. Great letter. Shame it didn't get to where it needed to go. And the sender is... I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad students like me have it in this place. So this is where letters from the Sage of Spontamod end up? Nice one, Grand Sage. Really enlightened leadership. Whatever. This isn't what I came here for. I'm not exactly holding out hope that a letter sent from the desert would even make it here. But if it did, where else would it end up if not in this box? I can't believe how much discarded mail there is. Must have been years since someone last went through it all. And this is just one box. The whole House of Dana is boxes on shelves. I don't believe for 1 second that any human being has sat down and read through all the documents in this place. Who has that much free time on their hands? Wait.
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I don't know how well you remember it now, but I brought you to safety and gave you some water and other supplies. In my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious business. And the Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. You were sympathetic towards my plight, promising to make me a special ambassador of the academia and help us find a way to make a better living. This brings me to my reason for writing. Our tribe has fallen on particularly hard times, and I would like to ask for your assistance. There was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. To ensure my people's survival, I had no choice but to venture into Iyab and Unut territory in search of an alternate water source. The Iyab and Unut are descended from the Thamudians, while we trace our ancestry to Tulatala. We worship the Lord of Flowers and have had relatively good relations with our fellow tribes, up until now. I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other option. So I took some water to keep me and my tribe alive. My actions are certain to incur their wrath. When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally in the academia. I would like to take you up on that offer, because I really need your help. I wonder if you could send an academia representative to meet with me. That aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academia had started accepting students from the desert, and I told you a little about my daughter, Nefer. We have next to no resources here in the desert, and my power and influence are limited. Would you consider enrolling my daughter at the academia? She is a smart girl. I know she won't disappoint you.
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously. Those things they promised were just empty words. I doubt they even remember the name Sinuhe. And you were so emphatic that your luck had finally changed for the... You swore you'd lead us to a better place one day. You spoke with such conviction, like you were the most powerful chief in the whole desert. You liar. You lied about everything. You promised the world and delivered on none of it. And who fell for it? Just me, by the looks of it. Despite your best efforts. Which makes you a pathetic liar. You weren't even any good at it. I think I'll take over from here. Let me show you how it's done.
It all adds up.
I just came to say goodbye.
Nefer?
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown.
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you.
It was. But it doesn't matter. I have more important things to deal with, and they can't wait. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I left some incense on your desk. What's wrong? I thought you liked incense. Although, I did read somewhere in the House of Dana that it has hallucinogenic effects. Don't use it all at once, all right?
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown? You're just letting me have it? But you said it's a rare and valuable commodity.
Yeah, about that. I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of ruins near my hometown that are practically overgrown with this plant. It's not worth much. Keep it, it's fine.
But Nefer...
All right, that's all from me. You take care.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean, we're more than just classmates, right? We're friends.
Yeah, I'll remember you. I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune, and it's a rare find even in those ruins. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to do when I get back. No time to reminisce. I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. But either way, I expect I'll forget you pretty quickly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Arif.
So, what does the Academia want? Since they've sent their special ambassador, I assume there's a big business deal to be made. If not, I'd be very disappointed.
Please, sir, lower your blade. You're lucky I'm the one they sent. Not all special ambassadors share my admiration for the Eab people. The ever-shifting balance of power in the desert reduced the once great civilizations of this region to rubble and sand. But the story of the Eab...
So, you do know who you're dealing with?
This well is the perfect symbol of your strength, is it not? It used to belong to the Unut, but it looks like you have control over it now.
You're not wrong. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to flatter us.
Of course not. I came to bring you some very good news. Some information that recently came to light, which might just be your ticket to freedom. Records uncovered by the Vahumana Darshan show that a certain well currently under Eab control is built on top of some ancient ruins. These ruins are of great archaeological interest to the Academia. I checked the map carefully on my way over here, and I'm confident that this is the well in question. The Academia is offering 50 million mora in return for excavation rights.
50 million? No, wait. If these ruins are as important as you say...
Don't get greedy. We know far more than you think.
So what if it was?
Don't worry. As unscrupulous as I hope I am...
And I hope your words are the truth. If I find out the Academia is trying to play me...
You see how I'm dressed, and what does a barbarian like you...
All right, I take your point. In that case, we have a deal. We will sell you the excavation rights. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. This is good news indeed.
Gladly. So let's indulge in a few drinks.
Chief, it's an emergency! It's the Unut. They've
What? Well, don't just stand there.
Yes, Chief.
I have every confidence in the Eab's military.
What is it?
The Unut's response was alarmingly fast. The day after we reach a deal, they seize the well. This can't be a coincidence.
I don't think...
I am obliged to remind you.
No! Please, Ambassador, just give me some time. That well, it...
Glad to hear it.
If there is a traitor,
Wow. All it took was a few words.
So, in summary, Ambassador...
The Eab are ruthless murderers who... So let me ask you, Chief.
Kill them all. Of course.
Precisely. At the same time, there is simply no...
We have our own rules out.
Right. Natural ally. Weren't the Eab your allies once? You were quick to send them after us to protect your interests back when we stole that water. And now look at you. You're at each other's throats. Let me be clear.
Say no more.
Good. You see, Dad? Yourselves. You may be vile, the monsters who destroyed my home. They're just ordinary, petty human beings. I think we're even. Maybe I've even done the desert a favor. Oh, Sinuhe, my gullible fool of a father. Perhaps if you'd been as ruthless as I was today, our tribespeople, but you couldn't do what had to be done.
Never. It's okay.
I believe I remember you promising to—
Yeah, but...
Yehoda, is there anything you can do to ease the tension?
Alright, time for... anyway, that's enough of that. When are we... Feels like we've been walking forever. I'm getting pretty tired.
Yes, if we...
It's not far now. There should be a temple just up ahead. Yes.
Really? A temple? I guess that's how things go in the desert.
Desert dwellers can never escape their destiny. Or...
You mentioned a temple.
My biggest trade secret.
Ah.
I didn't know you were clued up.
I'm no expert in the history of Sumeru, but...
Sounds impressive.
Oh, I know who you mean. General Mahamatra Sino, the spirit of Hermanubis.
That's boss enough for ya.
Sino's hardly a figure of obscurity, but...
What about him?
Well, he's not a small deal. Please, this is the bare... Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm sure it's been a lot to take in.
Can't hide the truth. It all adds up.
I'm totally out of my depth here. I don't have anything to... I want to do the whole name-dropping.
A statue with the head of a bird.
That's Thoth, the Ibis King, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. The legends say that... Let's take a look.
It's just Ashru.
So, all is well?
Typically speaking, at this point, the world disintegrates. Then we find ourselves back in the outside world. Besides, these are my memories. There's nothing to fear.
You're sure?
Of course. It's almost over.
Hold on!
Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Speak for yourself.
How repulsive.
Timed that pretty well, didn't I? It's okay. I'm just glad no one was hurt.
Paimon noticed you doing something too, Dainsliv. Were you helping get the—
Of course. When I asked Nefer to conduct this investigation, I was not naive to the danger. I had a duty to ensure your...
Good to know your sense of justice.
I take that to mean that you saw the truth.
I certainly did. And thanks to your help, I also managed to trap Rerir inside the chess set.
Whoa, really? How'd you manage that?
Well, to be honest, I sensed that something was wrong long before we made it to the temple. By using this fragment to probe into Rerir's past, well, the monster formerly known as Rerir. It seems I alerted him. I was tracking him. Then he caught on and started tracking me too.
But how did he track you through your thoughts alone?
Rerir was a secret agent who reported directly to the Vinster King. He is an expert at finding a trail.
No wonder.
He infiltrated the chess set, read my thoughts, and built a new virtual chess set inside of it. That's why we weren't able to leave.
Speaking of your chess set, it's quite a remarkable item. Would I be right in thinking you have some connection?
You overestimate me. I only have a connection with one of his underlings, the Eye. You all saw how this came to be. A long time ago, the Eab massacred my tribe, the Shimti, in our home village. A few years later, the Unut and the Eab fought a bitter battle over the rights to a well, all for the sake of a The final blow to the Eab came at the victory feast. Having gotten my revenge, as I stood there gazing at the temple, this chess set is my gift from the Ibis King. The chessboard within is made to the same specifications as the one in the mausoleum of King Deshret, and represents his... With this chessboard in its container, I gained a certain ability to perceive hidden secrets. Now, you could conclude that the Ibis King simply wanted to give the people of this world the power to seek the truth. Every god plays favorites. Their hearts are as...
It is the same with all powerful forces, including fate itself. Their gaze falls...
If you're alluding to the Abyss, then yes, I... Gather the others. It's time to share everything I've... Thank you all for being here. As promised, I did some further investigating. The Raker of Solnari, real name Rerir, was once a Conrian subject who served the Vinster King. I will now share the...
So that's why he's so obsessed with the moon.
A tragic tale, to be sure. No matter how much Rerir suffered in the past, the fact remains that he is what we know today as the Wild Hunt, wreaking havoc upon innocent. He becomes more dangerous with each passing day. If left unchecked, it is simply a matter of time before all of Tevat suffers the
A question for Miss Columbina. Forgive me if this is presumptuous, but have you ever seen the spatial gateway that appeared in...
Never. But I have heard stories of something called the Moon Gate.
Miss Lama?
In the lore of the Frost Moon Scions, the moon is believed to hold many secrets. Some sources speak of the term Moongate is one I have heard before.
Then back to Miss Columbina. As a moon goddess,
Not at this stage, sorry. I do hold the power of the Frost Moon.
But there's more to the power of the frost.
Yes. A moon goddess has the right to open the moon gate, since it is a path to the moon. But as Nefer mentioned, holding open a spatial gateway, and right now, I need to conserve my energy to fight the Rahier of Solnari. I'm afraid—
I agree. Better to save your strength. But if you'll humor me for a moment, I have a bold conjecture of my own regarding the world beyond. I highly suspect that neither Tholindis nor Rarir made it through unscathed. The evidence pointing to this is the fact that the Rahier of Solnari, with the abyssal power he wields, no ordinary foe can touch him, let alone tear him to shreds. And yet,
So your theory is that Rarir was physically torn to shreds by some powerful force? Hence, why the Wild Hunt is a distributed phenomenon.
Makes sense to me. Explains why the Wild Hunt is so pervasive, and why he's been trying to piece himself back together. He was whole to begin with, and he wants to be whole again.
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was torn apart. But the Abyss, much like a curse—
I could not agree more. The power—
It is a compelling explanation, and one that accords with my present understanding of Abyss creatures. Whether the life form in question is— This raises some interesting questions. That being said, regardless of whether my research bears fruit, I would like to thank Miss Nefer.
My pleasure, Mr. Albedo. I too hope that the information I've—
Hey! What is it, Dainsleif? You look really upset!
It's just, when I think of the man I once knew as Rarir,
The two of you used to be friends, didn't you? I don't know if these words will bring any—
Mine too. We can never know all the hows and whys of the way things are.
Those are the first comforting words I've heard in a long time.
Well, I think this is a good place to end today's meeting.
That's very thoughtful.
Of course.
Sounds good to me. Take some time to rest and Hey, is this a bad time? No need. Anyway, Nefer went back to the queue. Firstly, although it's only a matter of time before—
Honestly?
Well, I asked her that same question. It felt like some kind of sales pitch, you know? The kind where you end up handing over Mora against your will. Anyway, after all that, she finally answered the question.
2 days? Holy moly!
That remains to be seen. You have some history with him, right? Great. All right, on to item 3. We figured we'd bounce the idea off you first. We'll explore it further.
Oh, Paimon's done.
All right, so we felt a little uneasy about roping you into this.
Roping us in? Why would you even—
I choose my words very intentionally, I'll have—
Sir Varka, I have a few thoughts.
I'm all ears.
I think we can be more flexible with how the roles are allocated.
I see your point, yeah. But if that's how we're going to approach this, to be clear, I don't doubt your abilities. Far from it.
I want to do everything within my power. The Rahier of Solnari—
Well, that tracks with what I've heard. Jean's mentioned in her letter, as in, most people weigh up the risks and rewards in situations. Of course, everyone appreciates a fearless—
Thank you, sir.
I should be the one thanking you.
This is a thorough plan, but I do have one last question before we take action. How can we be sure that our enemy won't leave the designated area?
Great question. Albedo's been hard at work analyzing Rarer and the Wild Hunt's behavioral patterns. His conclusions are as follows. Firstly, from the earliest known confrontation until now, Rarer has never displayed any ability to manipulate the dimension of space. So it's unlikely he has any power in that domain. Secondly, he seems to have a particularly strong vendetta against our group. If we put him in a fight-or-flight situation, he'll choose to fight every time. Thirdly, finally, and most importantly, he is consumed by hatred, both for the moon and for his enemies. Turns out, we tick both of those boxes. We have a reincarnated moon in our ranks, and a spy who accessed his private memories without permission. He'll be baying for blood, not looking to escape.
As someone who's had their fair share of interactions with the Wild Hunt, those all seem like valid observations to me.
Understood. Then I will defer to the verdict of the group.
Well, everyone, that's the plan in full detail. Albedo and Durin are carrying out their part as we speak.
Plan approved. Scheduling.
Okay! Any firepower you need, I got you covered. Let's light this.
The Frost Moon Scions are behind you as well.
And the rest of you? No objections? All right, then it's settled. This is the plan we're going with. Next up, an old tradition of mine. Anyone who wants to back out?
Wait! We can still be.
Everyone says things they regret, right? I don't want anyone feeling...
A very people-first approach.
Who'd you...
Shh. We don't use people's real names at work. This
plan can only work if everyone does their part.
We shall indeed. Also, you are the last person I expected to see.
It's not often I get called Dory in a work context. So, the longer your name, the higher your net worth is.
In that case, Mr. Flint's here must be worth a fortune.
The walls are thin here. I'd appreciate you keeping that.
Okay, fine. I'm actually... Oh! Does this mean someone out there actually has the power to boss Dory around?
It most certainly does not. We have a long-standing and mutually beneficial business partnership. She's actually the mom of a friend of yours. Said mom supplied me with...
Okay.
It's a lucky charm that a great mage made for me. I finally got it all fully charged up with Kovaki, and then never went and used it all up at once.
You're right. It was all my fault. I didn't mean to drink.
You will? Well, in that case, how about...
I knew you'd say that. Well, it's yours if you want.
You're putting me...
It's a very useful thing to have around. But I have a...
Looks like bankruptcy.
Hey, don't be so pessimistic. See this through and you never know.
Was born red. Don't forget, when something ta-da! See? It's right here!
Ah, it's so pretty! Did you make it? No. Aha! No wonder you were talking about lucky charms at the meeting. You've been getting Kame to make them for...
That's not the full story. It actually started a while back as Mage Alice once warned me that this world won't stay safe forever. There may come a day when everyone faces a great crisis. I passed this on to the Dendro Archon, and she secretly brought together a research team made up of Sumeru's top scholar. Anyway, point being,
It was the Dendro Archon who asked Took him long enough. He stressed over it for ages. Must have gone through at least a dozen designs before producing a final product. Marak delivered it to me so nosy. My fault for sending him.
Surely Nahida must have told him you were involved in this project.
Could be. Anyway, I just replied.
Fair enough. But it sounds like he was just being cautious.
Or maybe he was asking as a favor for his housemate. He's done that before. Either way, all's well that ends. Huh?
Paimon's just super surprised. This must be the...
Well, a long time ago, I made a promise to myself. I promised that I was gonna live every day of my life. There are always gonna be times. Alice has been a huge help to me over the years. And more than that, no one knows what the future... Oh, that? I was just... Don't be thinking there was some sort of benevolent act. My priority is doing the business.
All right.
I do say so, and that's the whole point. I'm a businesswoman. Don't go trying to figure out what kind of person I am. You'll exhaust yourself. Much easier for everyone involved. Oh, and could you two help me get this stuff where it needs to be? Thanks so much.
Traveler, Paimon.
Everything going smoothly over?
Sort of. As you're probably aware, per the plan, we dissected and analyzed some...
What? You can actually dissect the wild...
That depends on your definition of wild hunt.
Harmless, lifeless. These words are accurate descriptions.
The wild hunt is an interesting phenomenon. In and of itself, it doesn't seem to possess anything akin to a human personality. But taken as a... Master griped a lot about the wise Horoptotire. I don't think that was because of his lower social standing. It's a strange mix. The fear... Perhaps the only explanation for his... Oh, sorry. Back to our research findings. You could think of this as rare. Unfortunately, at present, we...
Oh, that's terrible news!
Miss Columbina's situation is a difficult one. She can never achieve... It's as if her creator banished her to a place she can never be accepted.
Given the circumstances, it's only natural to despair. But we must see this plan. Time to kick off the backup.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! This is for you. Dory asked us to bring it.
Ah, how wonderful. Well, thank you for...
I'm sorry I won't be there to protect you.
All right then.
Miss Lauma, is everyone here?
Yes. The fate of my
My lady.
Within the next 24 hours, we will face This is not a burden that we deserve to bear. But I believe that we reap what we sow in this life. So I intend to act. For me, that means fight. This gentleman is the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka, Knight of Boreas.
Hey, everyone. Guess I should introduce myself. Well, to start with, I know my way. Biggest strengths are, honesty.
Something on your mind?
Miss Columbina, was it?
That's right. Names are fun.
Yes. I take it your own name has a more
I have a different relationship with names than other people. To be honest, I'm not even sure that but it's what everyone calls me, and I go along with it. A lot of my life has been that way. I never used to think much about where names come from, or what they mean to people. Maybe something's wrong with me.
You're different from other people.
You're more perceptive than most. I'm sure your long life and rich range of experience explains that. Do you ever find yourself missing Conria?
Difficult to answer. I have dreamed of the past many, many times. Sometimes I'm fighting tooth and nail. Other times I'm lying on the ground. I don't recall any happy moments from that time.
Is that because hatred survives longer than love?
That would not be for me to say. I make no excuses for the grudges I bear. But thank you for your help with the Rerir situation. Without your efforts, I never could have learned that—
You're welcome.
Friend, he betrayed me. And I never really understood what he was going through in life.
Okay. So, you see, you're torn. Now you know what really happened. You see
I need some time.
Of course. I completely understand. Actually, I went through something similar myself recently.
You mean the Harbingers who still support you?
Yes. I always thought they were only helping me because Harbingers are forced to work together. And even now, they still support me.
Clearly, they view you as a friend.
I feel a little guilty now. I regret not seeing her help for what it was, and not treasuring it. I see the guilt that you're feeling now, because I feel it too. Hopefully, talking about it will— Have you noticed that the Traveler and Paimon are over there?
Huh.
Sure. Hello.
Ah! They caught us!
I apologize for making you worry. No doubt you wish to know where I stand on the plan to take down the Reir of Solnari.
You will? Oh, thank you so much!
They needn't be. This was something that I was going to have to—
That doesn't matter to them. They're grateful to you regardless. You can't control their gratitude, so just accept it. And then, have a think about whether you're willing to join us.
It's nearly showtime! Let's go rendezvous with the others. You know the place.
Ah, you're earlier than I expected.
Hey, Flint's! Been waiting here long?
Not too long. I came a little early so I'd have some time to think.
Are you nervous about the battle?
Quite the opposite. I'm reminiscing on my past battles. When I was awakened by the Radniki, I had not touched a weapon in many years. I felt like the battlefield was not where I belonged. But after waging war against the Wild Hunt for so long, I came to realize something. My restless flame indicates that somewhere inside of me,
Oh, that doesn't doesn't sound like such a bad thing.
Well, in the past, when I was a Fae whose primary concern was hibernation, it was hardly ideal. But it certainly serves me well here in the present. And I am delighted to be able to join
Looks like I'm not the first to arrive.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
Did you sleep okay last night?
I struggled to settle down at first. Please, I'm just doing my part.
Never! Over here!
Aino asked me to relay a message. She said Anefa will be on high alert and keep a close... Meanwhile, Aino herself will...
Excellent. My thanks to all involved.
The chest that's
It won't hold him much longer.
No sense sitting around waiting.
I agree. Paimon, find a safe hide.
Got it! Be careful, traveler!
I will.
Everyone, take your position. Every ounce of strength we...
Ready?
Let's go.
I've seen all your futile ploys before. You have become the authors of your own demise.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You are merely a moment of sport before I tear down the moon.
Yep, you too!
Close your eyes. Observe.
Let me help you guys!
Great! Hunt him down!
Water tank! No more lies. It all adds up. No more lies.
Are you quite finished? Observe. Close your eyes.
Water tank!
By the frost in my hold.
It all adds up. The deception ends here. Can't hide the truth.
How unfortunate.
Observe. Be silent.
With one heart, we pray. Forest, protect us.
No more lies.
The moonlight betrayed.
Observe. Be steady now. Are you quite finished? Close your eyes.
It all adds up. Seek within. Can't hide the truth. Go!
The moonlight betrayed you.
It all adds up. No more lies.
Be silent.
It began with the moon, and so shall it end.
The moon will protect you. My blessing.
Do you see now? Here, when will it be as you foretold? Beware the creatures of the night.
Can't hide this truth. No more lies.
Go! To dust. Futile.
It all adds up.
With one heart, we pray.
Close your eyes. Betray. Pathetic.
Keep your distance.
The deception ends here. No more lies. Can't hide the truth.
Be silent. Observe.
Hunt them down. Water jet.
It all adds up.
Futile.
Are you quite finished? Close your eyes. Steady now.
Pathetic to dust.
For the everlasting
down. It's all futile.
Seek within.
Move.
No.
Pathetic.
Go!
Observe.
It's all futile.
Fear the dark. Be silent.
Down. Pathetic. The moon.
No more lies.
You hunt them down. Your little game of heroics is over. Who wants to go first? No. Get out of my sight!
No! We've been separated!
My grasp!
You okay?
Never! Where are the others?
Stuck outside the barrier. I guess he really doesn't like us.
I told you before, knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Be careful what you wish for.
Mama! Can you hear me?
Silence.
The voices are gone. But at least I know you're still there. I need to focus. Remember my most important task. Just keep stalling him. If I can stay out for long enough, the moon will come.
It all adds up.
Bombs away! Water jet!
No more lies. Don't push your luck. Seek within. It all adds up. Can't hide the truth.
way to defeat Rarer is to borrow his own. That means Columbina will have to disappear while you two bear the brunt of his attack. You have to hold on. Find...
Nefer, your eyes are bleeding.
Soon you will be powerless, and then I will...
But that dust will plague your Come on, keep...
Any other tricks up your sleeve, as entertaining as they are.
You don't fool me. I see your fear clear. I have to stoke his rage. Make him unleash. You fear what you could never defeat. You cannot win the fight
Now it...
You fear the sound of your own name?
Is it us you hate? Or is it what you've become?
Let's see what becomes of you! What's happening? That power... I've seen it before!
His power is on another level. We'll need to use an alchemical array to convert his power into a usable form. Then quickly channel it into Columbina, rendering her powerful enough to compete with him.
I'll join you. I can help. If I release enough abyssal energy into a confined space, it'll create a potential difference, allowing us to extract a huge amount of elemental energy. Next, I'll synchronize with everyone's minds using Pyro, then give you temporary access to their abilities and fields of view. But it won't last long. Can you see?
Well enough.
So, we have a student of Gold Rhine-Daughter in our midst!
How about that?
You use my own power against me?
Just like how you stole Kuvaki. Look familiar?
Don't you realize? You don't have the power to hold that gate open!
I don't, but someone else does.
Goodbye, Rerir.
We won.
Nefer, how are your eyes?
They're fine. Apart from...
It's not too late.
Let me handle it. Nefer. It's not like you to lose your composure. That was the most
reckless how? The situation was critical. Our lives were at stake.
Even so. In business terms, I suppose.
I'd be hard-pressed.
Still, I don't like this. People suffer when they... I had hoped you could win without sacrificing so much as a single...
Thank you.
All done. Don't try and open your eyes just yet. We'll see how you're doing in a couple of days. I'll send full details through Yehoda. My dear friends, we have fought brave.
The moon will remember this day. There's something I want to let you know.
What is it?
When Durin connected everyone's minds so I could access their power, and since Nefer's eyes were injured, my eyes are hurting now too.
Hold on.
I only feel the pain. There's no actual damage. I just...
You're right. There's no damage. But I must say, I'm surprised to hear the Kuthar share something like this with me.
Things are a little different now.
Friends.
How you feeling? Any aches and pains? Did you sleep?
I'm doing all right, Paimon.
Phew! Well, that's good.
Glad to hear you didn't starve.
Well, it wasn't the same without you there to share. Honestly, Paimon just can't relax when you're not your usual self. She couldn't...
Well, I'm...
Oh yeah, and Albedo swung by earlier. He said to tell you to head to the tavern. He also dropped off some medical supplies. If you're feeling up to it, let's head over now. We're here!
Oh, Traveler and Paimon! Perfect timing! We were literally...
How are you feeling today?
Much better. Thanks.
Relieved to hear it. If that changes, just let me know.
Yep, we're here for you.
Oh wait, where's Nefer?
How are her eyes doing?
Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to catch up with you.
Hello, you. Rika, come on. What do you mean?
Of course I'm gonna ask. I care about my friend's well-being. Get yourself a drink. You've more than earned it. In fact, today, your drinks are on me, Lord Sangamabe.
Wow, really?
Well, you haven't been through quite as much as the Traveler, but...
Yay!
Hey, keep your voice down, or everyone... You... Have you heard anything I've been saying recently? Doing business in Nodcry has been an absolute...
Okay.
That's more like it. Don't you forget. Lord Sangamabe doesn't just go around buying drinks...
Hey there. Looking for a drink or two? Or perhaps a
I thought of 1,000 ways to
Yep.
the other knights tell me that I'd like to thank you for supporting the Knights of Nonsense!
I see you've
You bet. Snooze his way to a full recovery.
Glad to hear it. A healthy body is paramount. Nothing else in life is...
Paimon too. You really...
I came to accept that although Rerir was my friend in the past, here and now, He was an enemy, though I will never fully understand what happened between us. I could not let this... We fought a very necessary battle.
Yeah! And if you ever need to talk...
I'll do that.
We're here!
Oh, Traveler and Paimon! Perfect time!
How are you feeling today?
Much better.
Relieved to hear it.
Yep.
Oh wait! Where's Never?
How are her eyes doing?
Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to.
Our drink recommendations? For starters, I recommend you drink less.
Traveler, Paimon. Turns out that moon...
Yeah, but you got...
Yes, thank you. I'm well aware.
Yehuda, could I...
Oh, sure! Did you hear that? I gotta go help Elegy.
You bet!
Sure thing!
The Raker of Solnari. Kind of... No. Definitely a snake. Anyone who seeks revenge out of hatred for other people has become a snake. Perhaps. What else is left when everything you depended on in life gets stripped away? Something's got... If you're worried about me, you can nip that in the bud. I'm not someone who gets stuck in the past. It's just... I suddenly feel like I was wrong to call my father a liar. Oh, father. Look at the Ibis King. Thoth is a fiendish... He's never brought it up, but why else would he give me the power to perceive the truth, while at the same time training me? Well, King Deshret banished him to Aru, which is essentially a prison, and posed 3 questions to him. His response was, did he really think I'd fall for that? He's stuck there. So that's enough for you to decide. He's a prisoner, and he lives in fear because it's preposterous. They say that a liar's soul is the most worthless thing in the world. What do you think? Good. If you ask me, the soul of a... For example, when something good falls into my lap... So be it. They have sharp ears. I can't keep anything from them. Oh, is that what it looks like? Well... When you find yourself in a situation you can't control, if you understand what's at stake, very good.
Oh wait! Now that the panic's over and we've all... After all that build-up...
Huh? Am I...
So, that close colleague who stayed behind with you?
What's he... Don't know, don't care. I get more normal human Although, now you mention it,
If he's disappeared without a trace, it's the biggest gift he ever gave. He won't lie low forever.
Lord Sangama Bay. How lovely. I must thank you for the divine...
Why come and ask me when you...
I mostly...
That's more like it. A little gratitude goes a long way with Lord Sangama Bay. Play your cards right and you might...
The chance to work with such a kind and charitable and...
Huh? Charitable?
Let's see. The first plot of land you purchased in Nodcrook...
Stop!
It's nothing to hide from.
How...
You're a curious case, Lord Sangama Bay, but I'm afraid no matter how hard you try to... You did it for Sumeru.
It was empty land that was gonna go to waste otherwise.
I figured if I built something there, it might... Disasters are capricious things. They strike without any warning. My elder sister used to dream of finding a sanctuary. It was something I looked into. The tech people handled the tech.
It's a pity that so few people...
So? What's the problem with that?
But surely you have dreams.
You don't get it, do you? Just thinking about it makes...
Thank you.
For...
And the pendant.
Oh, that.
Seems like we've both been away from home.
Yeah. So long that...
That would be your mother.
Yeah. Though it's been years since my sister passed away. It's not like I want to forget them, obviously, but... Memory can be even more ruthless than the most calculating business person. Beyond a certain point, if something... My sister can't help me now. Slow...
Not everything will fade. When loved ones pass away, the beautiful memories are the ones that last the longest.
Yeah, that's true. If you ask me, that's the one silver lining in all of it.
Well, that, plus, I'm sure that life is much better now than it was back then.
Oh, absolutely. You've got a lot going for you, too.
I appreciate the vote of...
How have you been holding up? Any...
You don't need to worry about me, Grandmaster. I'm fine.
What?
You played an indispensable role in the battle for Notcry. Sometimes, when people praise you, it's because...
Let's do a quick demonstration. Albedo, that was an incredible...
Thank you. I can't take all...
See? Did you catch that? A masterclass?
Oh...
Hey, you guys!
Hey, look who's bounced back. Looking good, Traveler.
Seems like you've recovered.
Can I get you a drink?
Huh? You know how to order it?
Handling a drinks order is ridiculously simple compared to alchemy.
Paimon believes it! To be totally honest, though, Paimon didn't quite follow all the details when you first explained the plan to us.
Don't worry, that's completely understandable. Unless you're a student of
To put it in the simplest terms, we saw how our enemy stole the power of Kuvaki. And that gave us the idea of steal. When facing an enemy you have no hope of defeating. So, instead of looking for a way to overpower him, we decided to help Columbina get strong enough for this to work. For added security, the alchemical array absorbed his abyssal power. Then Durin processed it to render it usable by Columbina. That power enabled her to do what would otherwise have been nigh on.
What surprised me was that Dainsleif actually agreed to, given his history with Rerir. He had every right to sit this one out. But
It must have been a painful choice to make. But I'm sure that making a decision was far better for him than staying in...
Absolutely. He was torn between two paths, but in the end, he made his choice and stuck to it resolutely. He doesn't strike me as the sort of person... Anyway, however you cut it, everyone...
That's the only reason you're here.
Yes. I've thought a lot about it. And I've realized that I think this is very important. So I felt I had to come and tell you.
Well, this is a new one.
I'm so moved.
I can't even hold my...
Do you not want to be friends with me? Or is it that you prefer being co-worker?
What is this, Columbina? Are you
If your politeness module was active, wouldn't you say the word please at some...
Polonia, please see Lady Columbina.
Will you still invite me to your next...
What?
Yes, I think you will. Bye-bye, dear Sandrone.
Last time the Wild Hunt escorted you out. Would you rather I handled it myself this...
We just wanted to, see how you were...
Why? Out of concern for my safety? I hope you didn't see...
Mostly because you kind of helped us out, so we just wanted to check you were okay. Looks like all your robots are fixed, huh?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Tea time is... If you're in the mood for tea, go ahead and help yourself. My coasters are still missing in action, though. Use this notebook.
Whoa! Pretty hefty note.
You can ignore those. They're just dumb I doodle and write in my free time. Sometimes I remember the distant, and other times I grit my teeth and trying to predict the future is like daydream. Although, having said that, the only vaguely interesting... Who else? Pretty much all the mech...
Wait! Are you saying you know him? Like,
I mean, I guess we were friendly enough. Yep. In fact, we used to chat occasionally back when he was still around. Before he passed away, I honored his request. But I did read through everything first before I couldn't let the genius of Lord
So... that's...
I just told Alain's work was like... Not that there's anything bad. Anyway, while we're on the topic, I might as well tell you about... Alain Guillotin had two close buddies, Renee and Jacob. They spent their childhood years together in the Narzissenkreuz Institute. They were all quite competitive, so there was some rivalry between them. But beneath the friendship and the rivalry ran something. Unfortunately, childhood would end. The prophecy, a mad dream. And if Renee and Alain had been people of lesser wits, but alas, they were some of the first of them to fall under its spell. Against Alain's wishes, he persisted in experimenting on a mutual friend of theirs to try and save their life. Alain did not approve. In part, it's complicated. Perhaps the seed that would grow into a nightmare had already sprouted in Renee's mind. Even then, the next time they met, and although that wave died down eventually, I hear that it just recently came back with a vengeance. As I understand, Renee once told about his dream of salvation, but I'm told that the attempted resurgence finally died out for good. What do you think of Renee? Do you admire his or do you despise him? Same difference, really. Just a matter of perspective. Really? I can't tell whether that's because you disapprove of his deeds or because Renee no longer exists in this. I don't like fanatics who give up their whole lives for their ideology. Maybe I could understand if Renee had just been an ordinary. Anyway, that's enough about Renee. He managed to put a stop to his credit, I suppose. After that, the only thing supporting his work was the sick. But although the desire to save Fontaine drove him to found the Fontaine Research Institute, Alain continued to reject any form. I think that formulas yet Alain's intellect was simply too... Once he realized that he quit working on his formulas. He told me that the director of the Narzissenkreuz Institute used to read those fairy tales to... I think that all he wanted at that time in his life was to be able to sleep deeply without being plagued by depression. At the very end, he laid down to rest in the ruins of the former Narzissenkreuz Institute orphanage. Many years after that. And that is the story of two people. One went all in on his fantasy of salvation. The other sought desperately to burn... I do sometimes wonder. Even the grandest tree starts as a tiny seed. So they were young children with friends. Or maybe they just wanted to find... But instead, the search for their own... Do you think the desire to save oneself is enough of a justification to try and save the world? The way you said that sounded just like Alain. I asked, he gave the exact same answer as you did. No elaboration. All right, tea time's over. I owe Arlecchino a favor for telling me these stories. I'm gonna go tinker with Polonia now. Polonia, exit hibernation.